statement.
What are you alternating? I guess we're alternating.
We'll let you have the first opening and you'll have the first closing. Okay.
That's fine. Okay. All right.
A lot of these questions are going to be the same questions.
That's fine.
So we'll concentrate on that pan assignment.
Okay, just sort of keep forward.
John, where are we eating after this? You know, sky's the limit over here.
Munoz Trustful, right?
No.
We're going to do Munoz. We're going to be fancy. I go anywhere. Let's go Mason.
Oh, no.
Mason home. I don't want to sit over here and eat.
Guys, we're going to give you about 2 minutes on your opening and then about 2 minutes on each question. After a minute, I'll just hold up for one. So everybody got a minute remaining. We're not going to be cutting people off mid-sentence unless we pick up on that. Randy, let know.
Might even be less on the opening. Okay.
Yeah, it could be.
No, they'll be able to see you hold one finger up.
Okay.
You see the
Okay,
go
so
about
y'all
the corner of your eye. You'll know.
That's fine.
Once you start answering your questions, you'll have.
Because I'm not one to just keep talking after I've answered, usually. So,
That's why we work, all right?
okay.
We're different.
Jesse, can you tell us when you swap cameras? Good afternoon, good evening. This is the Trussville Tribune. I'm Scott Luttrell here with Brandon Dawkins. We have our first online political forum tonight. We have the mayoral candidates from the city of Pinson, Mayor Hoyt Sanders and Councilman Joe Cochran are facing each other in the mayor's race. Both of them are here with us in studio tonight. And we're going to open tonight's forum with Mayor Hoyt Sanders and his opening comments. Mayor Sanders.
Good afternoon. Very familiar with y'all, I hope you are with me. I've had the opportunity to serve as your mayor for 12 years. Had I been told 13 or 14 years ago what we would have accomplished by now, I don't think I would have believed it. So many things have come through our chamber into fruition. Library, traffic signals, paving projects, rock school renovation is coming. It's just so much that we've been able to do for that in our schools. I would be honored to serve another term as your mayor. My wife and I have been married 14 years. We have 2 sons that attend Pinson schools. I'm an active member at First Baptist Pinson as well. Probably seen you around in the community, and I would appreciate your vote August 23rd. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sanders. And now we're going to have Councilman Joe Cochran, who has been on the council for 12 years with Mayor Sanders, give his opening statements.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening. Thank the Trussville Tribune for putting that on. I like Hoyt. I've lived in our community for many, many years. I've been there for 25 years. Coincidentally, that's how long I've been married to my beautiful wife, Jean. We have a 28-year-old daughter. I've served on the Pinson City Council since the day we became a city, and it's been an honor and a privilege. And as the mayor said a moment ago, we've seen a great deal of opportunity and a great deal of things that we've done in our community. I want to see us go an extra mile. I want us to be more progressive, more aggressive, if you will, when it comes to attracting businesses and things of that nature. I'm very proud of the work we've done together, and I look forward to your vote on August 23rd. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, and welcome again to the Tribune Studios. We're going to start with a question for both of you, and we'll start with you, Mayor Sanders, on this question. What is Pinson's single greatest accomplishment in the first 12 years as a city?
Oh, wow. I'm not sure I can boil it down to one, honestly. Probably the greatest achievement that Citizen accessed would be the library. The library has gone from a dream with some donated books in the back of the City Hall to number 10 in circulation in the Jefferson County Cooperative. There are many, many more that I mentioned earlier, but I think that's probably the one that's most visible, that most of the citizens interact with on a day-to-day basis. So having that and have that be patronized like it is. There was skepticism, I think, on all of our parts back in the day. Well, is the library relevant, or is that being replaced by electronic media? And of course, our patronage and usage and circulation has far exceeded our expectations.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Cochran, same question to you. What is Pinson's single greatest accomplishment in the first 12 years as a city?
Realistically, it is a very broad sense of the footprint of the municipality. Having City Hall sitting there and vision, like the mayor said, having the library there, and a lot of visions that we all had coming together and coming to fruition. The fact that people are able to come to City Hall, get directions for not only where the garbage collection is going to be, where the library is, where the youth park is, how they can get information on signing their children up to play youth sports or youth sport convoys. I think the City Hall being centrally located within our municipality, difficult to say the greatest accomplishment, that is the best focused accomplishment that we've had, because everything else springs from that.
Councilman Cochran, we're going to stick with you with this next question. Y'all have an interesting situation. Y'all have both been serving the city of Pinson since the city government was established 12 years ago. Councilman Cochran, why run for mayor this time?
Well, I think when you become a city councilman, you have these visions of what it is you're going to do. And after 12 years of serving the citizens of Pinson, you've had ebb and flows of enthusiasm and lesser enthusiasm. I tend to be very enthusiastic with the things I want to accomplish. I also feel like at age 52, it's probably time in my life and career to make this move for the citizens of Pinson. I believe that most people in Pinson know me pretty well. They know that I'm very aggressive and progressive when it comes to growth in our community. They see me out and about in our community, and I've had a lot of encouragement from people to run for mayor. And one of the biggest questions I've had is, why would you want to run against Hoyt? And it's really technically not my running against Hoyt. Hoyt and I have had a very good relationship as a mayor and a council member. I've served as mayor pro tem for 8 years. And the truth is, it's just a matter of differences of personalities and different pursuits and what I believe we should be doing today. It's pretty simple.
Mayor Sanders, a similar question to you. This would be your 4th term. What makes you want to run again?
Well, as I mentioned before, we have so much that we've seen. The Bicentennial Park just opened. Our big project now coming is the Rock School renovation, in part for library growth. And there are just some things that I want to continue to see through fruition. It's just been an exciting time. I've enjoyed serving our community, and these projects that we have on the horizon, just I'm very excited about them and look forward to the Rock School. That's really going to change the whole nucleus of our community. The look, the feel, the appearance, which will help with business growth, I think, and some other things. So with my background, I think I'm especially qualified for that. And of course, Pinson, a little different to some of the larger cities. The mayor is the council president, but he still has the role of being the day-to-day CEO. So they're similar, but a little different. And I would like to continue on, so we have that continuity through the office of mayor.
We're going to continue with you, Mayor Sanders. And this question will be for both of you. We'll ask you to start, and this kind of follows up with some of the things you were just talking about. What is the most important thing for Pinson to accomplish in the next 4 years?
Well, this council has sort of set a course a little bit, and I support that. Once we have the Rock School renovated and the library moved over there, that will free space in the back of the also have been working a lot. Pinson, like a lot of other cities, had our share of foreclosures and so forth, so we've been working on a lot of weed abatements, and that's true of every city, I think, in the metro area, probably across the country. In addition, we are now beginning to see some business growth, so I think our business growth is very important. Just this year, we've had some renewed interest and actual interest even on Main Street. 2 buildings under renovation there, and some other interest on the highway now. The Beltway is taking shape. A lot of people want to come see where the Beltway is going, so obviously business recruitment and tax base is very important.
Councilman Cochran, same question for you. What is the most important thing for Pinson to accomplish in the next 4 years?
Well, and again, it's not that we have this summer views, it's really the first time you get there. I agree also that once we get our library renovated and open, we've had expanded room for additional law enforcement. How are we going to do that? There's several ways to do that. I've spoken about a police department. I've had a lot of people in the community tell me they like the idea of a police department. I've had some tell me they didn't like it. So we can do that in one of several ways. We can either do it with additional enhanced law enforcement through the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, or we can start a police department, or we can look at cooperatives with even other entities around. Additionally, we have to really be aggressive in our approach to growth for commercial and industrial business. With the advent of the new opportunity that's going to be happening in the city of Centerpoint, that will directly affect the lives of people in Pinson. That'll provide jobs. We know that that's something that was a cooperative through the state, through the county, and Centerpoint, and there's going to be additional businesses come on board because of that. I really want to look at our industrial development area and try to work with the landowners there and with Jefferson County and with the state of Alabama at bringing in auxiliary businesses to support what's about to happen over there. I think long-range plan that helps us from a tax-based perspective. We do all of these things, then we make Pinson a more attractive place to live.
And I don't know what you know, I stopped the clock on that answer because your answer is going to lead to another question. We want to follow up with it, and I'm going to go to Mayor Sanderson's question. It was a question we already had, and since Councilman Cochran has opened that door, we'll just continue with that thought now. While Pinson is a big-sized city, crime does still come to every community. Is it imperative that Pinson work toward establishing its own police force? Again, Mayor Sanders, this is for you. If so, what would that look like and how would that be funded? I think Councilman Cochran's already given his.
Right. Well, to sort of answer the question with a starting question, I and I think all of council favor added law enforcement. We did look at not only a draft for us, which I think was about $1.3 million a year. We've looked at some budgets from other cities that are very, very similar in size, like Fultondale and Tarrant. Those budgets are running closer to $1.8 million a year. So when my feeling is when we renovate the rock school, or start on that hopefully next year, our financial vision of mine, and that was part of our tax implementation, we will be able to pay for that in cash. My personal vision, we will owe a balloon note or refinance note on the rock school debt in the fall of 2018, and I would like to see us pay that off in cash. That will not only free the debt, take the debt away, but it will also free up about $60,000 a year in yearly amortization payments. At that time, the council can look and say, okay, well, is 1.3 enough? Is that enough officers? Do we really need 1.8? Now that we've freed up the debt and the payment, do we have 1.8? Do we have 1.6? Is that enough? So that will be something a little bit that the next group will have to crunch some numbers in a couple of years to see if that's feasible. If not, we can grow the enhanced contract with the sheriff as well. So we'll have to see what we can afford.
Councilman Cochran, would you like to follow up?
Yeah, I'd like to follow that up. As a matter of fact, some of that I agree with, some of that I disagree with. And what I agree with is that we put in an additional 2-cent sales tax, which put us on par with Trussville, Clay, Fultondale, Gardendale, and surrounding municipalities that are like us. And at the end of the day, I'm the one that proposed that because I felt like it was necessary. I proposed that we do that so we could renovate Rock School Center, move the library there, and then put a police department in City Hall. And like we said before, maybe we go about it a different way, but my true goal is to have a police department. One of the biggest hiccups in the whole scenario right now is dispatch and figuring out exactly what that's going to cost, and really setting up a court. Those two little pieces of the puzzle are still out there. You base it on the number of officers you have on the street, and there's even a possibility that we could have a cooperative with a neighboring community and have a police department started that way. So I'm not going to burn the police department concept. Additionally, I'm in favor of leaving the debt structure the way it is on Rock School Center currently so that we can expedite the police part and not hold that off a couple of more years waiting till we get debt-free, which I love debt-free, but at the end of the day, sometimes you've got to look at what needs to happen. And I believe enhanced law enforcement, police department needs to happen sooner rather than later.
There is a consolidated countywide 911 dispatch.
There is.
Or something that most communities.
Well, yes, but the law enforcement side is paid by the jurisdiction as part of the way 911 funds are structured at the state level. Fire and medical is paid through the 911 tax. Law enforcement is not, so that's a piece that is yet to be nailed down. I'm not aware of any police department at the moment that's using the 911. There are some that are looking to come over for this reason. That amounts, and then they have to either have enough pairs of dispatchers or pods to share the cost, so that is a moving part.
When do you want to go with the next?
I do. Just last week, y'all, this Pinson City Council really made an effort to support financially your schools, even though your schools are in Jefferson County. And it's a very interesting situation. So like just last week, we were cutting checks for choir,
Risers, right.
choir risers, football helmets, a raise for the high school principal, just some very impactful things that the city does. Considering what y'all do, because the city has no real control over the direction of your schools, how important is it for Pinson to form its own school system? And if it's important, and it may not be, how would that be funded? And we'll start with Councilman Cochran on that one.
That's fine. Well, the difficulty in talking about forming your own school system, I think Clay took this on several years ago, and it got voted down when they looked at a millage on property tax to try and attempt to do that very thing. It's easy to look around and say, oh, we need to be like these guys and have our own school system, but you have all these, again, redundant expenses when you start talking about superintendent. Look at Gardendale. How long have they been paying for a superintendent? They still haven't reached an agreement. At a best-case scenario, you take a city the size of Gardendale, or even one of Trussville's size, that's even much larger when it comes to our budget. There's a strain on the budget to even have a school system. You see that in Trussville today when you talk about having to build new schools and all that. That becomes yours then. So it's a difficult scenario to even look at thinking we can take over our schools. Unless we have, again, a cooperative. So I think the best thing we can do is to stay active with our schools, work very closely with the Board of Education and the superintendent, which we do today. I think step that up even further. I really do hope that all the sales tax issues get cleared up and we can get that funding, because Pennsylvania needs a new school. We need to build a new high school. We need to perhaps repurpose Pennsylvania High School to be Rudd. And then we need to take Rudd and do whatever needs to happen in that building. It was not a great design when it happened. So at the end of the day, I don't think in our budget scenario it's wise to even think about that. Now, I would be completely open to the idea if the people came forward and said, look, we want to start our own school system. We put the budget numbers down to it and say, well, from a property tax millage standpoint, this is what it would take. Currently, we have no millage. And if that's what the people want to do, I would absolutely support it. But in our current budget constraints, it's an impractical thought.
Mayor Sanders, what's your perspective on this?
Yeah, we would, of course, that would be, I think, years down the road. One situation that we have is about half of our city, half of the school zone is not in the city limit yet. So even with a millage, we would need to, and we grow by annexation virtually every meeting. Obviously, we're in a holding pattern now during the election cycle, but I think long-term, when we fill in those gaps to annexation, and the city limit is more overlaid with the school zone. We could certainly look at that. We would, of course, need some guidance, such as the other systems that have pulled out, as to long-term cost. There are redundancies and extra expense for that. Hopefully, now that we have a new board coming in at downtown for the county board in the fall, we work very closely with those, the staff and Dr. Pouncey, and hopefully the board members coming in. We'll share that same relationship to make sure that until that time, Pinson gets our fair bite of the apple, which I don't think we have had. We're the only feeder pattern not to receive a new school back several years ago. Now, if the tax is renewed, and hopefully we can do a bit of a squeaky wheel and get some things done for Pinson that are long past due.
Gentlemen, we're going to start with education a minute, and I think some really good things were brought up. We're referring to the school buildings that were built with the way what we refer to as the way to one.
Correct. Right.
And new schools were built all over Jefferson County, and none were built in Pinson. So that is a real need. But what goes on inside those buildings is important. And according to the Alabama State Department of Education, less than 7% of the 10th graders at Pinson Valley High School meet or exceed math standards. I think we would all agree that doesn't represent what we think of as the Pinson population. And of course, that school population outside the city limits. But here's my question. With standardized testing scores like that, at what point does that impact attracting residents with children, which any city needs to attract to grow? Councilman Cochran, we'll start with you.
That's an extraordinarily fair question, and that's not something that hasn't gone unnoticed by myself, and I would say in large part by the majority of City Council. As a matter of fact, a year ago, when we found ourselves with Dr. Brown being taken to the Board of Education, we had an opportunity and said, well, what can we as a city do? Myself, along with another prominent member of the city, decided, well, let's talk to some folks. I had some recommendations given to us. I made a few phone calls to a few gentlemen that were recommended to us that could be our principal, and we concluded that Mr. Turner, I think the statement I made to the other individual on the phone after I got off the phone with Mr. Turner was, he's the guy. And I do believe that Mr. Turner's the guy. As your schools go is how your city goes. There's nothing more important going on in our city than our schools. To say that we can't start a school is one thing, but to say that we can't impact them is a completely different one. And I'm going to go with what Mike did at Leeds as an example. And he took all of their standardized testing scores and increased them, I think, by 45% over a 4.5-5-year period. Those are the kind of results we're looking for. I do know I've sat down with our principal at the middle school and talked to her about how it's impacted Red. And her assessment to me at the end of last year was it's impacted them in a very positive way, because when the kids at Red see what's going on at the high school, that helps shape what they're doing there. So it streams all through the system. But there's nothing more important than we can do than to work with the Board of Education. As a matter of fact, like we said, we're giving a supplement to our principal now because he's proven to us in a year what he's already done at our school is straightening out some situations, and every school has problems.
Thank you, Councilman. Mayor Sanders, would you like to address that?
Yeah, obviously, my two sons are in the school system, so that's very close to me, and I and most of council are in our schools. Probably everybody's in a school during any given week doing something, and I'm very proud of our council's resolve in the schools. I'm an alumnus myself, and most of the council is an alumnus of the Jefferson County School. So we, again, are very mindful of that. Crime rate and school rating is a very important part of property values. So as you addressed earlier during our meeting last week, and really the one before, where we assisted the band program with some instruments. Those kinds of things help. Part of it now is keeping students engaged. Even if, yes, taking the test is important, but they're not going to be there if they hate school. Or I'm informed that one of the biggest problems is tardy and absenteeism, which then drives the test score down too. And of course that's parents making sure they're rested. So I think the PTAs are a very important part too. But I think our continued and increased influence with the board, hopefully, as has been mentioned, we've seen some great improvements in Pinson Valley this year, and I look for a significant improvement even next year in some of the academic side.
Okay, moving on to the next one. We're going to give you the opportunity now to ask each other a question. I'm going to let Councilman Cochran go first.
I don't know anything. Do you want to go first?
I don't know that I have a question unless you just have one, Barney.
The difficulty in us asking each other a question is we've served side by side for 12 years, and we pretty much, even if we asked a question, we're already making it.
Okay, that's probably true.
And I don't want any part of this campaign to be about personal or attacks or anything like that.
$30 an elevated couple.
No.
It's respectful.
Well, sure.
I respect what the mayor brings to the table and what his expertise are, and also I believe he respects what I bring to the table and my expertise as well. And so at the end of the day, I've enjoyed serving with Mayor Sanders, and I've enjoyed serving with all the members of this council. We recently had another council member come back from Trussville just to visit us at our council meeting. That was Shane Shelnut, and he addressed the council at the end of the council meeting and was very eloquent in his words, and I appreciated that. So you develop relationships with the people you serve with, hopefully not in an adversarial way. Certainly, Hoyt or I have an adversarial relationship, so I think I'll just pass on the answer.
Yeah, we all answer right. Yeah, every member of our council brings a set of unique talents and age groups, and I think all of us have had children and grandchildren in the schools and have long-term residents. So, this council has been a very well-oiled machine, perhaps is a better word than earlier, but we really made some progress. We don't always agree, but you can agree without being disagreeable, and I felt that of this council.
Thank you, Barry. We'll start with you in this next question. How big of an economic impact will the Northern Beltline make in Pinson?
Well, I think it'll have a very large one. I've lived in this area to remember when all there was at exit 141 was the Waffle House and the Phillips 66 station here in Trussville. And of course, I think I was on 459 the second or third day it was open back in 84 or 5, I think it was, might have been 6. So I think it's going to have a tremendous impact. And even now, we're beginning to get some, I think, long-term anchors that are coming and want me to drive them around and show them where it's going to pass. We have some prime land that's within the city in that area that would be good commercial development for restaurants and hotels, as we've seen. And what I mentioned about Trussville, that's true of, look at Gardendale, Fulton Vale. I mean, same type of thing, and even the south end of the county, around McCalla. Anytime you have those exits where you have that traffic, that's going to be a great economic engine for our city. Now, obviously, we're the first piece that's a detached piece at the moment, but still, the Beltway is not going to move. And so I think we're going to really see, and that could tie in to some of our earlier questions about police and schools and other things. Once we get that tax base driven a little bit higher, then I think we'll be in a great position to explore some of these other amenities.
Councilman Cochran, same question for you. How big of an economic impact will Northern Beltline make in Pinson?
I think it'll be a tremendous impact. At the end of the day, we also have to understand that when you get up to that where the Northern Beltline is, we've had some issues as it pertains to sewer and things of that nature. So we'll have to work pretty closely with Jefferson County trying to ensure that those types of things happen, that the sewer reaches out that far so that development can happen. And also, retention is a great question. How are you going to retain what you have in your city? How are you going to make sure that you maintain the tax base in your own town? At the end of the day, we need to retain the citizens that live there. We've got to do what we've got to do now. We can't really wait and push off and say, well, when that happens. So, although I do focus on what's going to happen there, and I understand that we're going to look at long-range plans, I'm looking a little bit closer to the next 4 years and making sure that we develop what we can, that we retain the great families of Pinson so that they don't want to, like you said, it ties into the schools, it ties into everything, police protection, all of those things tying together for citizens saying, I like the town I live in, I feel safe here, I want to stay here, I want my kids to go here, and when those kids graduate high school and go into college, what I don't want is for those kids to move away. I want those guys to come back and form that next great generation of Pinson. So those are the more important and pressing issues today.
Listening to both of you speak, it's really clear that a dozen years on city council, you've experienced a lot. So for this next question, Mayor Sanders, we'll start with you. What's the biggest mistake that you've made as a city leader?
Oh, goodness. Well, the only thing that comes to my mind, perhaps if we had done we could have begun work on some of these things a little faster. We began with less than nothing. We began $9,000 in debt from court costs from the corporation in a borrowed building with some folding tables and chairs that were not very comfortable, I might add. You well remember. But we always, the council even then, took the position, hey, we're going to go slow and steady because we tried to learn from some other municipalities that did things a little too quickly and were in debt too quickly. But in retrospect, perhaps if we had started even with a cent earlier on, we could have had the park earlier and the library earlier and some things like that. That's probably really the only one that come to my mind right off.
Councilman Cochran, same question.
Well, there are mistakes you make along the way, and I'm going to speak more in the context of the council as a whole versus me personally, because I make mistakes every day. I'm only human, just like everybody else. And I'll go back to what the mayor just said, as the sales tax. And the truth is, it's an unusual position to put yourself in when you're the guy wanting to do the tax, and you're just like, guys, we really have this, and you keep holding off. Well, I was that guy. And so we finally set it up and put it in front of people. And then we gave a presentation. I had put a presentation together with the money we have. If you would like these added services, which is more than that heavily than added 2 cents. And we had, 100 people in that room that night. And I would say 85% of people, after the presentation was done, nodded their head and said, I absolutely think this is the right thing to do. We definitely did that later than we should have. And again, you live and you learn, and so I've lived and I've learned. And I've learned that, okay, if I have an inclination to something I believe needs to happen quickly, it's probably best for me to go ahead and put that forward. And even if it fails, that's okay, because I've heard, like he said, we've had things we disagree on. And I've had things that we've voted on the other side of things, and that's okay. But I'm not going to be as passive and waiting to do things that I know in my heart have to be done. And so I'm going to be very, very progressive when it comes to, and again, I don't want to make mistakes. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Thank you, gentlemen. The next question is one that our readers, not only in Pinson, but our readers in Trussville are also going to be listening very closely to this answer, because this is an issue near and dear to both Trussville and Pinson residents. Pinson began offering garbage collection for the first time recently. Mm-hmm. The company that was contracted is Advanced Disposal. I'm correct on that, aren't you? Do you
fact that the complaints seem to be coming from 2 separate communities, that the problems are systemic with this company? Will you consider awarding the contract to a different company when the current contract expires?
Okay. Well, broke away, this was about a year ago, about a year ago. Now, we have had trouble trouble, as has Trussville and perhaps some of their other cities. Now, we have seen an improvement lately. They have brought in some new management, and we have seen an improvement in the last few weeks that I hope continues. Yes, absolutely. If things don't improve, as a matter of fact, we could even look at canceling the contract and rebiddings as long as that was orderly, such that our citizens were not left with no pickup. That would be the most detrimental. Some of it, just in the last few days, has been education on the yard debris, for example. Advance, like every other carrier, part of the spec when you add yard debris is 3 feet, 3 inches, 3 cubic yards. And we had a complaint just this week, they're not picking up my limbs if they're longer than 3 feet. And we had to say, well, that's absolutely correct. That's what the contract says that they're obliged to do. So, but yes, we have been engaged. I have seen some improvement, but absolutely I'm not opposed to even canceling early or disqualifying them next time around if there continue to be trouble. But I'm a little more hopeful in the last couple of weeks than I have been.
We're not the same question. Would you consider?
Absolutely. I mean, when we proposed that, I actually worked with a couple of different services to help figure out what the RFP was supposed to be like. Then we put that in the hand of our attorney to put the RFP out. And Advance was very aggressive. They were a vendor at the time and wanted to continue to be our vendor. And so they were very aggressive. And what I thought would happen, and what I prescribed to council I think will happen, is we'll get 3 times the service for less money. Indeed, it did happen. So you're paying less today than you were then, and you're getting recycling and yard debris. Well, everybody loves that. But at the end of the day, if they're not picking it up, they don't love it anymore. So the difficulty we've had has been primarily with recycling and yard debris. Most of the time they get the trash collection corrected. And I saw someone post on Facebook one day, they said, well, it'd be different if this were happening at a council member's house. Well, my house gets missed too, just like everybody else. We have no special insight, but as has mine. I mean, we're not immune. Would I be willing to make a change? Absolutely. This is thing called breach of contract, and these are things that we work with that company through. We know it's in the best interest of the citizens right now to maintain that price point. But if we have to go out to another provider and the cost increase, with all the problems we've had, they may be okay with that as well. But that may end up being what we have to do. But I agree with what the mayor's saying about lately. But we've heard that lately story before. We've had new managers before, it improved, then it went down. And so, absolutely, I know Trussville's suffering with some issues on that, as is Pinson. So, trust me, the Advance Disposal is getting an earful from the city of Pinson.
Well, to that end, gentlemen, it wasn't really newsworthy until I forgot my can twice.
Oh, that was the news story.
That's been everything changed.
Yeah. And I don't...
It is an issue, but it's usually
Right. Yeah. Well, they have been much more responsive in the last few weeks when we reported this. And sometimes, for example, after a storm, there is an overabundance of yard debris from leaves and twigs and things, and they will usually call and say, hey, we're at capacity, the landfills are closing at 5 o'clock or whatever, we're going to be in till Friday. And that's reasonable, when they're 24 hours, if we have notice and can try to alert the public in some way. But
it's probably hitting mailboxes and anything else completely that's creating.
If you saw the video that I saw on YouTube where, and this wasn't our trash collection service, this was not, but somebody had a camera on there. Did you see that video? And the garbage man's having difficulty trying to get the garbage to come out of the can into the back of the truck. Well, he finally just starts pushing a hysterical fit and throws the whole can into the truck, and then kicks their mailbox post over and turns it out of there and throws it in the truck. So we haven't had that happen.
Right. And as they've moved to automation, there have been some issues with, for example, putting the can facing the correct way at the street, and they've begun to do a better job flagging the can so people know to turn it here, move it away from the post, or
it's important to know that recycling is your automated service, primarily. So when you put your recycling cans out, make sure that there's a 3-foot gap between that can and any other can, and make sure it's facing with that post in the front so that they can come in with an automated truck. Correct. While we've got this form, let's go ahead and get that on.
That's right, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Mayor Sanders, we'll start with you on this one. You mentioned how you are getting contacted from this.
We want you to see the city. And so in that kind of situation, what do you tell them is Pinson's greatest asset?
On the other hand, what is Pinson's greatest liability?
Oh, gosh, I'm going to have to think in the back on the liability for a moment. Well, we have a lot of jewels that we show when they come in. We, of course, have the Turkey Creek Nature Preserve, which has really undergone a phoenix. It's kind of a parallel course since we've been a city. The schools, the ballparks, the community centers. Fortunately, we inherited a lot of assets as a city that volunteers and other groups had built prior to our existence. The park now, they're interested in amenities. Traffic patterns is a very important thing, so we actually have it's a couple of years old now, but a little brochure. And of course, you can go to the ALDOT site and get our traffic counts, which continue to increase. Then they, of course, want to see some of the major subdivisions and what they look like. So a lot of opportunity. The raw land sometimes is, they want to see, hey, how big a piece, what's the frontage. It all depends on the client, and a lot of times, quite frankly, I don't know who the client is. It will be XYZ Realtor, and they might say, well, I have an industrial client or a retail client, and I have no idea who it is or really what I'm trying to show. But gosh, the liability probably goes back to something I mentioned earlier. Would be the foreclosure. We, like every city, have been victim to that. I think the housing correction came at a good time for Pinson. We were beginning to get some subprimes, and when that corrected, we're still suffering from some. But ownership pride in those when they're abandoned, of course, goes with them. So I think that's probably the biggest liability, is just the unkept houses, which we're constantly checking. We write a lot of letters to a lot of banks.
Councilman Cochran, same question for you. Greatest assets and liability.
Well, I think the greatest asset is our people. Obviously, when you look around Pinson and when you look in the area that sprawls out from Pinson into Blount County, when you go to Locust Fork, you go all the way to Aniana, and all those people commute through Pinson every day to go to work 5 days a week. And oftentimes, when you look at Locust Fork and places like that, where my friend John's from actually and has decided to live in Pinson, he grew up in Locust Fork. Those people come, work in Pinson, they come and do commerce in Pinson. So it's just the vast number of people and rooftops we have that we can provide. Now, I agree that we have some traffic counts and things of that nature, but what we have probably done a poor job of doing is personally recruiting, going out with the intent of recruit. We've entertained quite a few different groups, but we sort of sparred with it a few years ago. But what I really want to do is to go to those people and say, look, I've got an engineered study of our entire city, and this is telling me that your kind of business is exactly what's needing to be located right here. That's what I want to do. I want to go out and really aggressively go after those guys and bring them in. You're going to have to spend money to do it. At the end of the day, we're being paid as a municipality by the people of Pinson to go do their bidding. And sometimes you have to spend money to make money. Liability is not a stretch to say a liability are the empty houses, but I think empty houses can be filled if you do everything else right. If you go out there and aggressively attract the right kinds of business and industry, and you put a police department in place, and then if you go make sure, working with the Board of Education, that Pinson gets theirs, and we have the right principles in place, that have the principles of Pinson at heart, and they make sure we're the right kind of community to live in, everything else happens. That's what it's all about. And that's what the people of Pinson are telling us we have to do. We've got to do a better job of that.
Thank you both, gentlemen, for coming tonight. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and having this exchange with us and discussing the issues that face the city of Pinson. wish both of you well in the upcoming election. We're going to move now to closing statements. Councilman Cochran, you'll go first. You've got 2 minutes.
I appreciate that. I thank you again for your time and for putting this on for us tonight. It gives people in Pinson an opportunity to see what myself sit here and talk about the different ideas that we have and our approaches. At the end of the day, I hope you take away from this, when I'm running for the mayor's job in Pinson, I'm asking you to elect me as your CEO. I have 30 years of business experience working in a corporate environment, dealing with employees every day. Sometimes there's been employees in my charge, sometimes not. At the end of the day, when I've always had that, we work as a team. The team concept is the most important thing to me. Empower the people at City Hall to do the job they need to do. Hold those City Hall hours open later. Find a way to make that work for the people in Pinson. End up taking your people that are on council and giving them true responsibilities and telling them, look, I need you to take a bigger ownership role in this. Obviously, I'm not turning anything over to you, but I need you to be a little more involved. Have your committees grow even stronger. Get a small committee of teenagers and a small committee of senior citizens to come in and say, hey, I'm a teenager, here's what I need. These are the things I want to see in Pinson. These are the things that I want to lead. I've served for 12 years. I've loved every minute of it. I've had the opportunity, time and time again, to volunteer in my community, and it has meant more to me than I could possibly ever mean to it. At the end of the day, when I work at the schools with the football and the softball program, I'm the one rewarded. I want to continue those aggressive thoughts and how I do things in the mayor's race. I thank you very much.
Positive accomplishments behind
We have so many.
invariably bring the lot school renovation, police, or more deputies, or possibly a third option if we co-op. That's going to bring commercial growth. We've had 2. We have possibly this year. We're really gaining some momentum too. So
The next 4 years.
so forward to love to have the honor to serve 4 more years in Pinson.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's
I appreciate you joining us. This is here from candidates running for these very elections. These elections a lot, and that's on back in a little bit with the Trussville City Council.
We're going to take a few minutes.
We'll close down our audio and give us a few minutes to reset, pump a little cool air into the studio.
It's hot out. Again, we start out, probably look like a...
Well, Senator, for being with us tonight and sharing with their constituents their thoughts on the upcoming election. We'll be right back.
Oh, I hope that part about snowman wasn't audible.
Y'all did a good job.
Well, it was fine.
I
thought it was
appreciate
very, very well.
I did too. I thought it was great. That's very informative.
Well, I actually turned my phone off prior to this, so it wouldn't be buzzing.
Yeah.
Somebody saying, hey,
Well, it's okay, mine made up for it, so.
hey, start getting some text in the middle of the show. Hey, you look stupid. Raise your hand up.
I hope you follow, I wasn't trying to be cheeky. Appreciate it. I did my best to do that. The next day, I always call these firearm people when, I just call them, oh, we would have, we're getting fixed, and that was solved. I mean, you know, built the water all part of it.
I mean, oh,
It was almost, I'm telling you, like a byline. I didn't want to get zero in on what they want to do. Yeah. In fact, I'm pro Second Amendment, but
know that I've had everything run through the boards like it's supposed to, but if the software's doing one thing, I can't do anything about it. That's like me trying to go in there and chase code at that point. I can't do it.
Looks like it went okay. We haven't met. I'm Brandon Dawkins. It's nice to meet you too. We appreciate y'all coming. I know this first group was really by smooth, so I appreciate it. And I was just telling Zach that Martha, who's got caught up on a trial that she thought was going to sell early today, hasn't. And so I checked in with her with a message, and so we'll see. She may not really be able to make it
He
Yeah.
came and filmed he did the.
Yeah, he told me about that. He told me to tell you hello.
Yeah.
That's like
He
the deal.
stopped by and we sat around and chatted with him. He's a funny guy.
Yeah, he's a good fellow. I like Brian.
Yeah, I'll tell you a funny story. Brian didn't play much on the basketball team. But we had a basketball game that got moved because of the football playoffs. So that was the same night as the big debutante ball.
No, really?
and thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Scott Buckley with Trussell Tribune, here with our Tribune news anchor, Brandon Roberts. Brandon, why don't you tell our readers what we're going on tonight?
For those of you who were with us earlier, know that we are trying to be plans for every city in our area for municipal elections. And earlier we did the Pinson mayoral candidates, and it was really fantastic. And this evening we are doing the candidates running for Trussell City Council Place 5. That's Dr. Zach Steele and Dave Flint and Martha Taylor. Unfortunately, Martha has a work conflict tonight, could not join us. But we have Dr. Steele and Mr. Flint who will listen to your questions.
We do. We're going to open with a Q&A opening statement by each of our candidates. We'll go to Quinn, Dave Flint will go first, and without further ado,
Let's get started.
Ms. Flint.
Okay. I want to say thank you to the Trussell Tribune for putting this forum on tonight. I think it's a great venue for the audience to get to know both Zach and I a little bit better, and the other candidates that they're going to be on other nights, of course. Wanted to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a 48-year-old attorney here in Trussell. My office is near Tutwater Farms on Highway 11. My wife and my 3 kids have lived in Trussell for 8 years now, or 2 of them for 8 years, one for 7, but she's only 7. But they all attend Trussell City Schools. We have a vested interest in the community and in the school system and in making all those things better. I was looking for a place to serve our community last year, and decided this would be the best place for me to serve is with the city council. And I think my skill set is pretty unique and allows me to be able to serve the city council and all of you citizens very well. So I believe in character, integrity, honesty, leadership, and hard work, and I want to serve the community here in Trussell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. Dr. Steele.
Well, thanks to you guys, first of all, for putting this on. You guys have taken on a pretty good job with all these council races and mayoral races around, so kudos to you guys, and we appreciate what you do. My name is Zach Steele, if you don't know me, and I want to be your next city councilman. A little bit about me. I grew up in a little town in South Alabama called Andalusia. You've probably stopped and gotten gas there on the way to the beach. I went to school at Auburn University, got my bachelor's degree there in microbiology. Got my doctorate of optometry from UAB in 2003, and I've been in Trussville ever since. I met a girl from Charleston, South Carolina, in optometry school, and convinced her to stay in Birmingham and leave that beautiful city and marry me and start a life together. She is now the associate dean at the School of Optometry down at UAB, and I can't be more proud of my wife, Beth. We have 2 kids, Jamie, who's 9, and Brian, who's 6. They're the center of our world, and we just care so much about them, and we've made so many friends in this area just from our kids in sports and just stuff in the community. It's just been a blessing for us to meet some of the people that we've met here. I never thought I'd get into politics. I got asked to do this. I've always been interested in politics, but I also feel the need that I can help people make their lives better, and that's really one of the reasons I jumped into this race.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to jump right into really the hottest topic in the race this time in Trussville, and it revolves around downtown redevelopment. So, what should the city's involvement in downtown redevelopment be? If it includes funding, where will those funds come from? Zach, why don't we start with you?
Well, one of the things I mentioned last week in the candidate forum is there's something that the federal government does called a community development block grant. And that's one way we can fund this. I think that the city should incentivize some of the businesses downtown, like the RDA has said to do. And I think that it's one way to kickstart things. Now, I think something else that the city might want to be involved in a little bit more is recruitment. Go out to some of these places that are around the city that are homegrown places and see if they want to open up a franchise in Trussville and see if we can get some more people in and get some more places in that will kind of kickstart this growth.
Mr. Blunt, your perspective on that?
Well, I agree with Zach that there's some federal money that we could get, but I think that the RDA and the city and all the business owners and landowners in downtown need to form a partnership, and I don't mean a corporation partnership, but an agreement, and get together on a more active basis, a more often basis, and come up with a plan that everybody lives with. We've got some hurdles to get over. The RDA has done a wonderful job. They've got a plan. We've got to execute on the plan. That's going to be very difficult when we have landowners and business owners down there that don't agree with the plan. So I think that's a hurdle we've got to get past. But if we get everybody cooperating, I think funding is going to be the least of our problems with that.
What is the greatest obstacle to downtown redevelopment? We'll start with you, Mr. Blunt.
I just mentioned the private landowners. There's parking lots that we want to place that are already in the plan for Sector 1. There's also roadways in Sector 1 that cut across private land today. I know some of those private landowners are not in agreement with what we want to do. We've got to get them on board, or we've got to buy them out, one or the other. And whether the city buys them out or whether it's private, another private person that buys them out, those are the hurdles we got. I think those are the biggest hurdles we face with downtown redevelopment.
Dr. Stewart?
I think another big hurdle is zoning. I think one of the setbacks that we've had is we don't have any foresight in zoning, or at least we haven't over the last few years. And one of the things you notice is a couple of these places that are right off of Main Street are zoned for heavy industrial. So, that's where we get things that just don't tend to match with what our plan is for downtown. So, I think that zoning's a big issue, and we've really got to have our zoning commission look at what we're planning on doing and to make everything kind of line up.
I want to go back to Mr. Blunt's answer and follow up with that. And the question is for both of you, I'd like you to both answer. Do you favor eminent domain for downtown redevelopment? And if you do, under what circumstances would you favor it?
I don't favor eminent domain downtown redevelopment.
I think it's kind of it depends kind of the situation. If it's a building that has been vacant for 20 years and there's no signs of anybody wanting to go into that building, then yeah, I don't think it would be a problem, especially if it helps kickstart what we want to do in the downtown area. I mean, nobody wants a vacant, dilapidated building downtown. I think that if we see that and the city wants to take over in eminent domain, I think that's fine.
Do you differentiate between using eminent domain for public right-of-way such as roads or parking lot versus using eminent domain to turn over to a private developer? Do you determine a difference in those two?
Well, somewhat, I suppose. This is your constitutional expert here. I'm just an optometrist, but I think that eminent domain will obviously have its place, and I do think that if there's a need there, I think we ought to consider it. Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Wood, same question to you. You said you don't favor eminent domain. Would your position change if it were being used for roads or parking lots versus being used for private development?
I would definitely have a different opinion about whether it was used for private development or whether it was a roadway or a parking lot that was owned by the city. I think it'd be more acceptable if it was a roadway or a parking lot owned by the city than it would be to take it away from one private individual and give it to another. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Both of you own businesses downtown, or if yours is not downtown, it's pretty darn close. So, since you both are in that position, what attracted you to that area of this city, and what do you think we can do to attract more independently owned businesses downtown? Let's start with Dr. Still.
Well, it's really important to me for us to have some homegrown, independently owned businesses downtown. We need more of them, and we need more, especially on Main Street. If you go down Chalkley Road from Main Street, you'll see more doctor's offices, dentist offices, optometry offices, pharmacies, those types of things. We need more things on Highway 11 that will create an atmosphere where people want to be down there and shop. Right now there's other than a couple of places, there's not, that much incentive for people to shop downtown and eat downtown. I think we need, more of those places than, again, it's just going to go back to having that one thing that just kickstarts it.
Mr. Blunt?
I think it's something that feeds on itself. So as we build more of those homegrown businesses, more of them will come. But I agree with Zach, there's something that's got to kickstart it from where it is today to get it to where it needs to be. I think the RDA's got the right idea, parking kind of off of Highway 11 and moving some of the traffic off of Highway 11. The new Railroad Avenue project will also take a little bit of traffic off Highway 11. When people want to go out to eat, between 5 and 6, 5 and 6:30 in the evening, especially on a Friday afternoon, it's tough because the traffic is really bad right there at Highway 11 and Chalkville Road, and it's hard to get in and out of places that would be there. So we've got to figure out a way to make that a lot easier for people to get in and out, and that way the businesses that come will have more customers, and they'll have an incentive to come here.
We're going to kind of jump to a different subject. In years past, the city council has elected a council president for a 4-year term. This current administration made the decision to elect a council president for 1-year terms. As a result, they've had, I think, 4 council presidents in 40 years. And as the council president is the main liaison between the mayor and the council, do you favor continuing that? Do you think it's affected continuity or communication, I should say, between the mayor and the council? What is your view on that? Would you go back to the 4-year council president, or would you continue the 1-year terms? We'll start with you, Dr. Stewart.
I would be in favor of going back to 4-year terms. And in terms of relationships, I think it depends on who the mayor is and who the council president is, obviously. But I think that you need to cultivate that relationship, and sometimes that's hard to do for a mayor in a 4-year term, and then next thing you know, he's going to have to deal with someone new on the council. And then the other thing to think about is there are going to be some new people on the council this year, and are they going to be ready in their 2nd year or their 3rd year to jump into the council president's spot? I've been told by several city councilmen that it takes you 2 years just to keep your head from spinning and figure out what's going on. So I think that we ought to consider having one person in a 4-year term. I think that was the initial intent of what the city council was supposed to do.
Mr. Blunt, what's your position on that?
I don't know that I have a position. I don't really see a problem with it being every year versus 4 years. I think that the city council, all the city council members need to have a good relationship with the mayor. And if one of them doesn't have a good relationship, it's probably going to be a problem for everybody. So I really think it's fine. I can take it either way. I really don't have a preference.
We're going to stay kind of in the nitty-gritty of city council business with this next question, and Mr. Blunt, we'll start with you. Would the city be better served by having council districts? Right now, everybody's an at-large member, essentially. So would we be better served by having council districts? And by that I mean, like I had a friend with a problem the other day, and I almost said to her, well, you could call the council person for your district. And I thought, well, no, which council person do we call? So do you have an opinion on that?
Well, I think it would be great if we could do it. I think it would concentrate each city councilman on just his constituents, which would be a much smaller part of the population than the constituents that the council members have today, which is all the population, right? So it may bring some focus. The problem, and from what I understand, the reason we went through the system we have now is such a low turnout when there's an election. And you could have a situation where literally hardly anybody from a single district comes out and votes. That's a problem. I don't know how we get over that hurdle. Certainly get more people out to vote might help. I think both of us would love to see that. But I think I'd favor it if we could make it work.
Dr. Steele?
I'd be in favor of it. Simply because I wouldn't have to run against him because we don't live in the same neighborhood. Right?
That's true.
No, I think that districts I think that's the more common way to do things, for sure. This is the first place that I've lived where you don't have districts. So I think it would be easier to deal with the people in your neighborhood or in your area and deal with their problems versus, getting calls about a citywide problem that you may or may not know anything about at the time as it pops up. So, yeah, I would be in favor of going to districts.
I want to follow up again on something that Mr. Blunt brought up, mentioning voter turnout. In the conversation I had just last week with our city clerk, Lynn Porter, she was going back and looking at records. 8 years ago, we had a 60% turnout for the municipal election. I'm sorry, 12 years ago, we had a 60% turnout, better than 60%. 8 years ago, we had a turnout of around 40%. 4 years ago, it was around 21%, 22%. What would you say to voters that would urge them to get out? How would you go about increasing the voter turnout for municipal elections? We'll start with you, Mr. Blunt.
Well, I think you don't really have a voice if you don't vote. You know, it's kind of hard to sit back and throw rocks or complain and do those sorts of things if you don't get out and vote and let your voice be heard. So I think it takes all of us to, you know, it takes a village to make everything work. And the more people get out to vote, the more we know that we've got the right folks in the right positions.
Did you just quote Hillary Clinton?
I don't think so. I haven't ever listened to it, so I don't know. It was by accident if I did.
I'm sure you called a few years ago about this very issue, and I agree with what you wrote. It's really amazing, and you'll see in November, there's going to be a lot more voter turnout in November for a national election than there will be in our election in August. And, you know, to me, it's almost a little bit backwards, because your local politics and your local government are what's going to affect your life the most. And you know, the things that happen locally here, like the school system and you know, all the stuff we've talked about, downtown redevelopment, you know, the parks and recreation, those are all things that are local issues that are very important, and you know, people should really consider that, and should consider the fact that, you know what happens in my backyard is pretty important. It may be more important than, you know, what goes on in a congressional election even. So you know, that's kind of the way I look at it, and I would encourage people to get out as much as you can.
We are impacted by things that happen in our backyard, and this one's happening in mine, actually. So we're all aware that citizens are concerned about the prolonged construction at Civitan Park and the greenway that should travel the Cahaba River and connects to some of our other amenities. If you were to serve on the council going forward, what, if anything, would you do differently? Let's start with Mr. Blunt.
Well, I don't know that project's a good example of what the city council did or didn't do, because it's not run by the city. That happens to be a project where we took federal grant money to do 80% of that project. I think the city paid for 20%, but because we took that federal money, the state runs the project, so the city doesn't run it. So we have a lack of control. I think that's something we need to consider when taking federal money in the future, is how much control we'll actually have. Because it would have been nice to have more control. That project's been going on for a really long time. With this latest contractor on that particular project, I know they have some liquidated damages in place. We shouldn't do a project without liquidated damages. We want to get it done, and we want to get it done quickly. A project of that size should have been broken down into pieces where parts of it get finished before you start the next part, and then the community could enjoy those pieces that were finished instead of having to wait on the whole thing to be done. And then it's got to be done by a certain date. And if not, there's heavy liquidated damages, penalties every day that they don't finish that the contractor has to pay for.
Dr. Steele?
Well, one of the things I feel like the administration could have done a little differently, I think they should have gone, you know, to the television stations, to, you know, more local media outlets, you know, besides the Trussville Tribune, and shouted from the rooftops, hey, this is, you know, government ran amok. This is a low-bid contractor that didn't know what he was doing. And maybe they would have gotten the ball rolling a little bit faster. It's hard to say, and it's easy to armchair a quarterback or Monday morning quarterback what happened. I think if it would have been me as a city councilman, or, you know, the mayor, heaven forbid, that I probably would have been out there in front of a television camera saying, hey, this is what we got here, and we need this fixed. We got this ugly security fence running right down one of the prettiest parts of our city. We need something done about this. And I would have been, you know, banging the ears up of my representatives and senators at the state level, talking to them about, you know, what can we do about this? How can we have this happen sooner. But, it's easy to second guess, and I'm sure Monday morning quarterback, that kind of thing.
Gentlemen, we told you both that we would give you the opportunity to ask one question of your opponent. And at this time, we're going to do that. Mr. Blunt, do you have a question that you would like to ask Dr. Steele?
Yeah, I do. Trustful's credit rating with Moody's is an A, little A2. Trustful's Standard & Poor's rating, credit rating, is an AA+. Neither one of those ratings are the best rating you can get, but they're very strong. What would you do as a city council member in the future to improve upon those ratings?
Well, I think as far as municipalities go, that's a pretty doggone good rating. And other than paying your debt off and, making your payments on time, there's not a whole lot else you can do. I mean, I think it's probably as good as it can be, unless you're planning on, borrowing more money and paying it down quickly. So, when your credit rating's better than the federal government's, I'd say you're in pretty good shape. So.
Okay. Dr. Steele, do you have a question for Mr. Blunt?
I do. So, David, at the candidate forum last week, there was a question raised about the new stadium and the public being allowed to use it. You know that question?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you about that. The subject came up at one of our park board meetings recently about other key athletic teams like soccer and lacrosse not being allowed to use the football stadium for some of their spring games. If elected to city council, would you urge the school system or encourage the school system to allow the use of the football stadium to other athletic teams besides football track?
Well, football and track use that facility now. That's what it was built for. Soccer has a stadium that's out in front of the Civic Center that the school owns now. I don't know if lacrosse has actually become a high school sport yet. It's really a club sport. It's not sanctioned yet. It's headed fast. It's one of the fastest growing sports in the country right now, especially in our area and in the southeast. But once it's sanctioned, they don't need a place to play. It may make sense for them to play in the stadium. I don't really know. That's a game I'm not that familiar with. I don't know if that size field works. I think it's actually a little smaller field than a football field that they play on. It may make great sense for them to use that stadium.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to switch gears a little bit. We're going to look at crime in Trustful. While we are a city of 21,000 residents, we often have several times that amount shopping in our city. In order to keep these people shopping in Trustful, it's important for them to feel safe while they're here. So, is our police department currently staffed to assure their safety? Dr. Steele, let's start with you.
I would say probably not. I think we probably need some more officers out there, and I'll give you a couple of examples. We had the horrible thing that happened up around Target a few months back. But one that hits a little bit more close to home to me, where we get my hair cut, I have to buzz in to get in, because they don't want people to just walk in the door. It's two young women that work there together, that have a business together, but they have had several people that have walked in and threatened things or been shady characters that made them not feel safe. And I think it's a terrible shame for somebody that has a small business right in Trustful to not feel safe at their work. So, I think we may want to consider that. And I don't want to take anything away from the police department here in Trustful. They've been wonderful, and I'll use the rest of my time to give you an example. My wife was, a few years back, was threatened online by one of her students at UAB, and it was on a Friday night, and we were scared to death, and we called the Trustful Police Department, and they had a guy there in 5 minutes, and they sat outside our house all night. And they sat outside our house on and off for the better part of 2 weeks until that situation got resolved. So I can't say enough about the Trustful Police Department. I think they probably need more help.
Mr. Blunt?
Well, I think they do a wonderful job too. I think each one of us has had some experience where we've had to rely on the police department here in Trustful, and my experience has been great. Just like Dr. Steele, They're there very quickly, and they're usually very responsive to what your needs are in that particular situation. They always seem extremely well trained too, which I think is important. I think I would agree with Dr. Steele a little bit. I think we should have more officers. I think it's a little bit simpler answer for me. We should have as many as we can possibly afford. So if we can afford more in the city with the budget that we have, then we should hire more, because we'll just be that much more productive.
Starting with crime prevention, are there any programs or policies that you may have come across or that you're aware of that could be implemented through our police department that would make Trussville an even safer place? We'll start with you. Mr. Blunt.
Not that I'm aware of. I'm sure they exist, but I'm not a law enforcement expert by any stretch of the imagination. But I'm sure there's programs out there. I'd love to see more community-based programs. I know we do a few of those, but I'd love to see more the self-defense classes that our police department participates in. Stuff that can be done at the Civic Center, for example. I'm sure people in the community would pay for something like that, where there's not really a cost to the city to do it or a cost to the police department. I'd love to see those sorts of things. We heard last night at the city council meeting from Bill Roberts from the school board about how far ahead we are a lot of other school systems with our SROs. I think that's a great program. I'd like to see even more student resource officers, because I have 3 kids at 3 different schools in Trussville.
And to follow up on that point, and it's something that the school system's already doing with the SROs, that's a really good way from kindergarten on to ensure that our kids are getting to know their local police officers. And Mr. Roberts made a very eloquent point last night, I thought, when he was talking about all the horrible things that have gone on in our country between civilians and police over all these different things, and how a lot of times it's a matter of respect between the police officer and the civilian. And I think in Trussville we're creating that with our SROs, because my son who's in kindergarten knows that there's a police officer that he can say hello to every day, and that's all the way up through the time they graduate high school. So they're getting that interaction with officers, and they're learning to trust each other. And I think that's one of those things that we have to build on, not just as a city but as a country. Just the way things are right now, but between police and civilians. I think it could be so much better, and I think that's one of the things we're doing here to make it better.
We do have a lot going on in the city of Trussville, and there's a lot to talk about in these races. So Dr. Steele, let's start with you, and let's list in order of priority the 3 most important issues facing our city.
Well, number one, I think that pretty much everybody's going to agree is downtown redevelopment. I think that's the thing that, to me, is most important to me as a business owner right around the corner from where we're starting to do this. I just think that, if that area grows, it's going to make my practice grow. It's going to be more traffic right in front of my office, and it's going to be one of those things that, it's going to make our business grow. And I think, following up with that is, we need to have a push to shop locally here. I heard from a local business owner just yesterday, and he was talking about how he's struggling this summer, and how he would like people to shop locally more, and I see that a lot with what I do. But that's another thing that I think is very important to our city is supporting our local merchants. Second, I think is making sure the school system is as good as it can possibly be. Recently, our school system was ranked in the top 15 or so, I think, in the state, but our ACT scores, when they came out, our juniors that took the ACT, I think our average score was 21. Now places with similar makeups, your Oak Mountain, Spain Park, Vestavia areas, they're up around 25 or 26. So I think that needs to be a goal for us, to improve and give our kids the best chance to go to the best college they can. And I think the third thing is public safety. Ensuring that our police officers and our first responders have everything they need. every time I see the siren go off and the ambulance go by in front of my office on Chalkwood Road at 3 o'clock, I say a little prayer, hoping they get across 59. Because, that's a scary proposition if you live, on that side of 59 and all your first responders are on this side and there's traffic backed up like crazy on Chalkwood Road and we're doing road construction right in front of the only other place they can get to, everything going all the way around. So, I think that, giving our first responders everything they need in terms of manpower and equipment is another very important thing.
Mr. Blunt, top three.
Top three, I believe in downtown development too, just like Zach spoke of. I believe we need to do it with more of a purpose, and what I mean is do something that's sustainable. Small businesses, locally owned businesses, not chain businesses. I don't want to see a lot of chain businesses in downtown Trussville, but I also want to see us preserve the historic parts of Trussville, whether it's the Cahaba Project neighborhood. I think we've done a good job with the new Cahaba School, keeping the historic look, even though it's kind of all new, but at least it looks like the old school, I'd like to see us do some things in those historic areas, whether it be on the mall, the Magnolia Mall, and especially in downtown. We have a historic marker right there at the main intersection. I'd like to see that showcased a little more. I think there's a lot of things we can do in preservation and still accomplish our goals with downtown development. Number two, I agree our school system's important. I don't know that I agree with Zach 100%. I don't know that our concentration should be on test scores. I think we should continue to support our school board and our school system, the teachers, the administrators, because I think they've done a wonderful job. They do a lot more than a lot of school systems do with a lot less money than some of our rival areas. I think I said something at the forum last week that we get compared to Homewood and Mountain Brook and Hoover and Vestavia. We got a much lower tax base than most other folks. Either we have less people than most of them. I think our population is very similar to Mountain Brook. Mountain Brook's got a heck of a lot higher taxes than the folks in Trussville do. And we get a very similar product. And I don't think that our teachers and our school system needs to be hung up on test scores or standardized test scores. We need to be hung up on preparing them for life, preparing those students for life and for doing the right thing and want to stay here and do it in our community. So I think that's important. And the last thing, most important to me as a city council candidate, is fiscal responsibility. I don't want to see higher taxes in Trussville. I'm a property owner here, I'm a business owner here, and I don't want to pay higher taxes than either one of those things. So I think we have to be fiscally responsible and do well to manage the money that we do have coming in from the existing taxes, and we have to find ways to grow that revenue in different ways, whether that's services that we provide to other communities around us and growing the sales tax base by bringing businesses in, and also quality businesses, meaning they might be selling the same thing as somebody that's already here selling it, but they're selling it at a better quality and a higher price, which means a higher tax that comes into the city at the end of the day.
I'd like to follow up on that, Mr. Blunt. You mentioned managing public money by managing tax dollars. How would you manage it differently than it is being managed today?
I think I said last week, matter of fact, I think most of the candidates, at least in our race, agree that we shouldn't be in the property leasing and property owning business. So I think we have a significant amount of money tied up in property today. I'd like to see us get rid of some of that. But we'll have no reason to hang on to. I understand we need to buy property to put in a road for to relieve traffic or do something for the future. I don't have a real problem with that. But buying property to hold on to for years and years, I don't know that we should do that. It's just tying up funds that we shouldn't. So that's one thing I'd do different.
Dr. Still, same question for you.
I agree. I don't think that we need to be in the property business, and unfortunately, we're just going to sit on property for a while because there's some property that we bought and paid for that we won't ever be able to get rid of and make our money back. Like the land that's up on Deerfoot Parkway. It's a $5 million property that quite frankly we can't sell. Now, it's been kind of refinanced in that one issue with the Civic Center, so it may be kind of hidden from view there in the budget, but it's there. It's a $5 million property that we probably couldn't get $5 million for now. We've got a $1.7 million chicken plant that's up off of Camp Coleman Road that we can't use, or that we're not using. There've been all sorts of plans to use but nothing's really being done there. So, you know, those are the kind of things that I don't think can happen. You know, Dave mentioned raising, not raising taxes. Well, we raised taxes to build new schools recently, and we raised taxes to build a new football stadium in the last 5 years. While at the same time, we own these properties that are just kind of sitting there. And, that's a lot of money that we're sitting on that, we may or may not get our money back on.
Gentlemen, we appreciate your time tonight and all the answers to these very detailed questions. We're going to give you each the opportunity to make a closing statement to our audience. Mr. Blunt went first with the opening, so Dr. Still, we're going to let you close first.
Well, again, thanks to you guys for doing this, and good luck with all the rest of them that you have to do. I want to thank Dave, too. This has been a good conversation, and no matter which one of us wins this thing, and I'll include Ms. Driggers in that, I think the city's going to get a good public servant. And I think very highly of these two folks as I've gotten to know them over the last few months. Dave and I have never met until we gotten into this, but I think we're finding out we actually like each other. So, I think that, however we go, the city's going to do fine with whoever they pick for place 5. So, that being said, I still think I'm the best choice. I've been in leadership positions. I've been president of the Alabama Optometric Association. I currently serve as the Alabama Optometric Association's legislative director. I have been involved in writing legislation that has helped, increase access to eye care for our patients in Alabama. So, and I believe in service to the community and giving back, and that's why I'm doing this. So, I've knocked on a lot of doors and talked to a lot of people over the last several months, and I think that there is a sincere desire to move forward. I also hear about people talking about what's wrong with Trussville and the things that needs to be fixed in Trussville. Well, what I say to them is there's nothing wrong with Trussville that can't be fixed by what's right with Trussville. So, that's why I want to be your city councilman, to really make a difference for you and serve you and make your life better. And it's something that I feel like I try to do every day with my job, and I'd love for this job, this next job, to be your city councilman.
Mr. Blunt.
Well, I too want to thank the Tribune for allowing us this platform to talk tonight and get to know, hopefully the public gets to know both Zach and I a little bit better and can make an informed decision, because really that's what it's about. I would agree with Zach. I didn't know Zach or Ms. Driggers prior to the campaign. Martha and I actually grew up pretty close together, but never met her before the campaign kicked off. But I do think no matter what choice you make, you're going to get somebody that has a heart for Trussville and really wants to do the right thing for everybody in the whole community. I think that's important. I disagree with Zach that he's the best candidate, because I think I'm the best candidate, of course. I think I have skills that I bring to the table. I've written policy for the company I used to work for. I was in the corporate world for about 25 years before starting my private practice here in Trussville. Obviously, I have a working knowledge of the law and how laws are written. The city council is the legislative arm of the government, so a working knowledge of the law and how to write policy are important things. But also, in the corporate world, I learned to manage money and manage a budget and stay on budget and stay in compliance with that budget. I think all those skills make me uniquely qualified to be a good city council member. So I'm just going to ask for your vote on August the 23rd, and so I can serve you. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Scott, I'm always struck by those percentages that you gave out about voter turnout here in Trussville over the past several years. And as a news reporter, I was always told by people who did not vote that they didn't vote because they didn't know anything about the candidates. And you don't have that excuse. This is an opportunity to hear from all of these candidates running in all of the Tribune area and really be armed on the day of elections. So we hope that you'll listen to these, listen to them again if you need to, and use this opportunity to go out and make good decisions.
I agree, and that's exactly why we're doing this, to give our readers, or in this case our viewers in Trussville, Clay, and Pinson, a better opportunity to know the people who are running for public office. The editorial that Dr. Steele referred to earlier, and we're going to run that again in the Tribune, by the way, I wrote out of frustration after the last election. And it essentially said, one out of 5 people are making the decisions in your life. And it's frustrating to see a 20% turnout for municipal elections, because these are the people that decide how high your grass can grow. They're the ones who are making the decisions that affect your life every single day. And we had 1 out of 5 eligible voters show up to vote for those offices. Whereas just a month or two later, we had double that number that showed up to vote for or against a presidential candidate, and it didn't change anything in the number of electoral votes in Alabama or who they were going to. So, the exercising your right to vote is important, but if you're just doing it to be a show pony, you're not really accomplishing anything. So hopefully we can continue to do this and continue to bring more information about the candidates to our readers, and hopefully that will result in a really good turnout in Trussville, Platte, and Pinson.
I hope so too. We have more races to bring you, so you'll have something to look forward to next week, and we appreciate you for tuning in.
Thank you.